Morning.
I asked a dumb question. I wanted to know if you could hear me, but I didn't have my.
Great. And you're able to hear me too?
Yes, I am.
Perfect.
But do
All
you,
right.
should I write a couple? Did you get to hook up?
Oh, real time. I still have to do that right now.
Okay. I
Just
threw a page up, so if you don't have that, then we'll know if you have a problem.
I'll just do it right this second. Let me pull it up.
Okay.
We run the real time off, or at least I tried to, off a second machine. So I have my desktop with three monitors, and then I used my laptop to run the real time link. You really can't have enough screens as far as I'm concerned.
You feel like a who are those guys that uh, why can't I think of it? The control guys at the
Hmm.
airport. What are they
Yeah, I
called?
have yeah, air traffic control,
Air
exactly.
traffic control. Yeah.
Or the planning department for the utilities. A lot of times you'll see they have these incredible rooms with these system maps of varying resources they have, and I mean just monitoring power flows in real time is that's a wild job.
I've actually seen one of those here in Phoenix. They look
Have
like
you?
Jack Bauer's control room. I don't know if you ever watched that 24, but they have
Right.
those. Yeah.
I do see the first page of the rough draft disclaimer, so it looks like I'm up, and I see you typing way there, so we're good to
Yeah.
go.
I wanted to make sure that I'm actually feeding because that was a okay. There we go.
Sure, and
Okay.
I have a few other little things just to prepare here, so I'm going to run off and do
That
that.
sounds good. I know
Thank you very
we're
much.
all right.
Bye.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Can you hear me?
I can.
Thank you.
Good morning, all. I wanted to test my audio as well. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Thank you.
Not on the record yet, but who is Andy Guest? This person appears in the waiting room. Any idea?
No idea from staff, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
I see Mr. Lai in the. I'm gonna wait to admit him till we get to that point for witnesses. I'll submit Andy Guest and see who we got. Ah, CCAE. Michael McMillan. Is that all? Mr. McMillan, is he a witness or is this?
Occidental Permian.
Okay, so that is a. All right, well, I'm just gonna wait to Brooke Trammell. I see her as well, just before we have everybody. All right, so why don't we go on the record, Ms. Gonzalez?
Give me one sec.
Sure.
Oh, all righty.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is the hearing on stipulation for case number 23-00384. My name is Christopher Ryan. I'm the hearing examiner. I was appointed to preside over this case by the commission. The application is for SBS's. SBS applied for application of two long-term purchase power agreements. So there is one official transcript of this proceeding. That is the transcript being produced by Ms. Gonzalez, our court reporter. That is, in fact, how her name is correctly pronounced, in case any of you have to, at any time, interact with her. She will supply that transcript to the commission, and it will be maintained on eDocket. It is the only official transcript. No party is authorized to record this proceeding. I believe the YouTube stream is automatically recorded on the commission's end, and then we keep a copy of that. So I suppose in some ways, if someone wants a recording, they can have the commission's recording. SPS, you guys requested an expedited transcript. Ms. Hardy, you could just confirm, please.
That's correct, Mr. Examiner.
And Ms. Gonzalez, just for confirmation on my end, that means a turnaround day of 3 business days, correct?
Correct.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that when we get to the briefing schedule, but no need to say anything further about that. All right, let's do appearances. So let's begin. Applicant, Ms. Hardy.
Good morning, Dana Hardy on behalf of SPS, and also appearing for SPS are Andrea Stover, Landon Lill, and Jimmy Skipton.
Very good. I'm just going to go through order of timing of intervention. Occidental Permian Limited.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I believe you said Michael McMillan is in the waiting room.
Yeah. Oh, is he the counsel for them?
He's
My
counsel.
apologies. Sorry.
Yes,
There
Your
you go,
Honor.
Mr. McMillan. Yeah. Sorry
yeah.
about that, Mr. McMillan. It's hard to keep track of all the names. I don't know what to say. So,
No,
how are you doing, sir?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, audio is no good. Yeah. Let's try that again. Mr. McMillan, why don't you say something?
Yeah,
Looks like a bandwidth issue.
yes, Your Honor. I'm doing well. Michael McMillan for OPL.
There we go. It was better. Like for a moment there, you had what appeared to be lag. So if you're running any background applications for whatever reason, or like someone else in your household is using something, just
Yep.
tell them. Yeah.
Michael McMillan for OPL, Your Honor.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Mr. McMillan? You can. Okay. All right. You would just come initially. You
I'm
were
gonna
coming
try
in
to
really.
I'm going to try to rejoin on my phone. Give me one moment.
Yeah. Okay. There's some problems there with Mr. McMillan. That's fine. Let's go to the New Mexico Large Customer Group.
Good morning, Hearing Examiner Austin Rushoff on behalf of the New Mexico Large Customer Group. My colleague Nick Stoffel is also here.
Terrific. Ms. Lynch, CCAE.
You're on mute.
Good morning, Hearing Examiner. I'm Kara Lynch, representing Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy.
Thank you. And then Louisiana Energy Services.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Susan Miller on behalf of Louisiana Energy Services.
Okay, and then Mr. McMillan, how's your audio now?
Hopefully better, Your Honor. Can you hear me now?
Way better. Yeah.
Excellent.
I think you had what is it? Your internet slow or something?
It's my computer. It recently installed an update and has been on the fritz. So
Okay.
doing this on my phone should be fine. But Michael McMillan for OPL, Your Honor.
That's fine. Yeah, no problem. It happens. Okay, great. Staff, excuse me, Mr. Biacco.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, Ms. Gonzalez, parties, good morning. John Bagacco on behalf of the NMPRC Utility Division staff. Thank you.
All right, that's everyone. So I'll just explain for the record, this case was initially scheduled for hearing on April 25 and 26 of 2024. That hearing commenced on the 25th as planned, and when we began, SBS alerted myself that they'd want a short postponement to further discuss the possibility of a comprehensive stipulation. Unnecessary to go through all the details about all that, but point is we are now here on the second hearing date for the hearing on the stipulation. At the time of the last get together, which was our initial hearing date, Ms. Lynch, just for the record, want to confirm CCAE at that time wanted a moment to, or wanted more time to review the stipulation and make a judgment about what it was going to do. I didn't see any testimony opposing it, so I assume CCAE at this juncture, your position is that you're not opposing the stipulation. Is that correct?
Correct. We didn't oppose, neither did we join.
Okay, very good. Just wanted to get down the record. Protocol and procedures for the Zoom hearing. There was initial order sent out on April the 11th talking about the protocols that would apply at this Zoom proceeding. I referenced that in the second order on May 20th and just basically said, look, what was written in that previous order would apply here, and updated a few things just for the change in procedure. So just noting for the record. There's confidential documents in this case. Those were provided to the hearing examiner in both paper and electric forms. Our court reporter will ultimately receive those documents with the confidentiality maintained. It is our court reporter's job to keep and transmit to the commission the final transcript in the case. And I may have some questions as we go along just about those documents to make sure that the record correctly reflects all of the confidential documents submitted in this case. Public comments. I've not been alerted that any member of the public wishes to say anything. They were aware of this proceeding. No one reached out to our paralegal. Motions or anything to deal with prior to taking evidence? I assume not, but just asking for the record.
Nothing from SPS, Mr. Examiner.
Great. All right, the order of presentation here today, we'll just go based on the applicant, and then I thought we would just do order of intervention, which would be SBS, well, obviously the applicant, and then Oxy, large customer group, LES, and then finally staff. Any objection to that order?
None. Thank you.
Great. I thought for a minute I was going to ask staff to go first, Mr. Gacko, but I said no.
Why would you want to do that, Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Just mix it up a little bit, All right, so that's what we'll do.
Hearing
Go ahead, Ms.
examiner,
Lynch.
I do have a procedural question
Sure.
that I'm struggling to figure out. So in the 2300252 matter, a in camera review was issued by the commission implicating the 2022 all resource bid.
Okay.
And the 2022 all resource bid underpins the resources proposed here. So procedurally, I'm just wondering how that in camera review involves this case or not.
Okay, so if I understand the question, Ms. Lynch, you're saying there are documents in the 23-252 case, to which this case is sort of a, I don't know, an attachment, if you will, lack of a better word there. And you're saying the documents that were supplied as in confidential format to the commission have bearing on this matter, and then you're wondering what, for purposes of the record, how do we reflect that those documents, would be reviewed by someone who would be interested in this record? Is that the question?
Well, the resources proposed here are a result of the document being reviewed in the 252 case.
Okay.
That's a 2022 all resource bid. And you know, I just wonder what bearing that review would or could have on this proceeding.
Yeah,
Oh,
go ahead, Miss. Was that Miss Hardy?
yes, it was. I was just going to ask if I could respond.
Sure, go
briefly.
ahead.
I think that the commission's request for bid information on the self-build projects which are at issue in case 2300252, have not been requested in this case. I think this case involves solely the PPAs. And if the commission wants additional information in this case, I imagine it could request it. But it's our point of view at this point that those documents don't have a bearing on what the commission is deciding or what is being heard here today on the PPAs.
Okay. And Ms. Lynch, are you bringing this up? Was there any development of some kind? Did the commission issue an order or a bench request or something?
The commission did issue an order for an in-camera review of the 2022 bid.
Okay. And when was that submitted? When did that occur?
I can.
Was that a while ago?
No, it was just maybe late last week or early this week.
It was on Tuesday, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah.
That's correct. Our response to that will be filed with the commission tomorrow as they required.
Right. Yeah, I don't really think there's a whole lot to say about that, Ms. Lynch. I think ultimately, you know, Mr. Mueller and I and the commissioners and I and we are functioning as an agency should, and that is thinking about all these matters not as unique cases, but in a totality with a coherent strategy in which the commission asserts its regulatory authority to do things that are sensible. And all I can tell you is that to the extent to which I felt during the course of these proceedings, or any of the parties felt, that those matters are necessary to be raised, there's nothing that precludes myself from looking at the documents that are supplied in the 252 case that are supplied as confidential documents, nor are the commissioners in any way limited in their ability to review confidential documents in every case. I mean, that's just the power we have. So,
Okay, I just you know, it's the bid in general. It's all the bids. It isn't restricted to the ones in that matter. At least if you read the order, it's broad enough that it encompasses all the bids that were selected under the 2022 all resource.
yeah, no, I was aware of all that. So what I can tell you is, I think to the extent to which any of that information prompts discussion within the commission, I will be aware of it.
Thank you, hearing examiner.
Sure. Anything else?
Hearing examiner Ryan, I had a procedural
Yes.
question as well. The stipulation section 2.2 called for the stipulating parties to agree to the admission of all the pre-filed testimony in this proceeding.
Okay.
So I was curious if we wanted to move all of that into the record all at once, or if it was your preference to do that witness by witness.
I prefer just to do it witness by witness. I mean, I understand that it's a bit of a time, but it's not going to add that much to the hearing. And then I want to just ask some questions which might implicate the direct testimony. And I don't know. I just don't think we need to. I can appreciate the desire to move along as efficiently as we can, but we will.
Okay, thank you very much.
What we can do to just speed things up is when you have your witnesses, and this goes to everybody, and rather than, why don't we, but then you get into trouble we'll just have to admit each document. I was going to say you could do them all in one fell swoop, but then somebody might be like, well, I want to object to that. Not that you're going to, obviously you guys have agreed. Let's just keep it simple. Yeah. Anyway, anything further? All right, SPS. And I'll, Miss Hardy, you can call your witnesses in whatever way is convenient to yourself
Thank
and the
you.
company.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Our first witness is Miss Brooke Trammell.
I'm admitting
And-
her now.
Okay.
And Miss Gonzalez, when she appears on our screen, you can swear her in.
And Miss Stover will be presenting Miss Trammell's testimony.
Thank you.
And so, Mr. Hearing Examiner, just want to be clear. So we should have Ms. Trammell take up each of her pieces of testimony individually, and we'll admit them one by one in that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
Good morning, Ms. Trammell.
Morning. Raise your right hand, please, and I'll swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Trammell. Can you please state your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Brooke Trammell, Brooke, last name Trammell, Trammell.
And by whom are you employed?
I am employed by Southwestern Public Service Company.
And what is your position with Southwestern Public Service Company?
I am Regional Vice President, Regulatory and Pricing.
And have you presented testimony in this proceeding?
I have.
And as an initial matter, you presented direct testimony in this proceeding?
I did. My direct testimony was filed in November of 2023. I also filed rebuttal in April of 2024, as well as testimony in support of the stipulation earlier this month.
And on the direct testimony, do you have any, as you sit here today, would your answers be the same as they were in the pre-filed testimony?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, we would seek to admit Ms. Trammell's direct testimony.
And since I realize you all have consented to the admission, I'm just going to admit stuff and not wait for a objection. So, but if you wish to object for some reason, feel free to chime in. Ms. Trammell's direct testimony is admitted.
Ms. Trammell, as it relates to your rebuttal testimony, as you sit here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would. And I would just state for the record, it's my understanding my direct testimony is hearing exhibit number 2 and my rebuttal testimony is hearing exhibit number 3.
Thank you, Ms. Trammell. Apologies for not indicating that. And we would seek to admit exhibit, apologies, your rebuttal testimony, exhibit 3 into evidence.
That's why I have people submit an exhibit list, even though maybe it seems like overkill, but it's always helpful. And then what happens in a big case, if we don't have an exhibit list, forget it. Game over. Rebuttal testimony of Brooke Trammell, exhibit SPS 3 is admitted.
Great. And finally, Ms. Trammell, exhibit 11, which is your testimony in support of the comprehensive unopposed stipulation. As you sit here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
SPS seeks to admit exhibit 11, Ms. Trammell's testimony in support of the stipulation.
Exhibit 11 is admitted.
Right. Additionally, Your Honor, we would like to seek SPS's exhibit 1, which is the application.
That was what I was just going to ask you. I mean, technically, probably it's a pleading, but any objection to me admitting this into the record? I assume nobody really. We'll, as a factual matter, take the application into the record as exhibit 1.
Thank you, Your Honor. And one additional matter, SPS's the comprehensive stipulation, which is SPS's exhibit 10.
Yeah.
We would seek to admit that into evidence as well.
And I will accept the admission of the comprehensive stipulation as SPS exhibit 10.
We present a witness and make her available for questioning.
Yeah, and given that this is an unopposed comprehensive stipulation, and Ms. Lynch clarified for us that CCAE is not opposing or not joining. Friendly cross-examination would preclude questioning by the parties of these witnesses because you all support the position. So the questions come from myself or Commissioner Ellison. I see you're in the background, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I am here.
Would you like to ask Ms. Trammell any questions, sir?
Yes, please.
Go right ahead.
Hi, Ms. Trammell. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Ellison. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you as well. I would like to better understand from the consumer standpoint how the stipulation improves upon your initial application.
Sure, I can talk about the stipulation a little bit. I don't know, I would agree with improves, but it certainly provides some regulatory clarity and reduces the number of litigated items in this proceeding. This proceeding presented two long-term PPA agreements, the Borger LT PPA, as well as the Wildcat project, which I think you're familiar with. These two projects were a part of SPS's overall recommended portfolio from the 2022 all source competitive solicitation. That solicitation was designed to solve our 2027 capacity need, or our capacity needs through 2027 as an outcropping of our 2021 IRP. So this application was relatively straightforward in that it brought forward the approval of those two LTPPAs consistent with the New Mexico Commission's rules, as well as outlined a couple of rate-making items that are relevant and appropriate for a proceeding such as this. Specifically, with the Borger LTPPA, there was a request to define the recovery for variable O&M associated with that purchase power agreement. And there was also a request by SPS for off-system sales margin sharing on the Wildcat battery project. So the stipulation here recognizes, one, the need on SPS's system for additional capacity, supports the approval of both of the LTPPA projects, and narrows the remaining contested issues in the case by, one, agreeing to the recovery of variable O&M for the Borger LTPPA into SPS's fuel and purchase power cost adjustment clause, but with revisions to the timing of when that implementation would occur, and also removes SPS's request without prejudice for off-system sales margin sharing on the battery project. So there's a timing component associated with the variable O&M recovery on the Borger PPA. The agreement in the stipulation is that SPS would transfer the recovery of those costs from base rates into the fuel factor upon the effective date of rates, SPS's next base rate case. And we would withdraw our request in this proceeding to recover the incremental costs, or any incremental costs above what's in base rates today for the existing Borger PPA, and recover those incremental costs through the fuel factor. So that request comes off the table. That is a material concession from the company's part, as the parties do agree that the costs under this new PPA are reasonable. And that provision, again, which limits the number of contested items in this proceeding, represents SPS foregoing cost recovery of any incremental costs associated with the Borger variable O&M through base rates until the effective data rates in SPS's next case.
Okay, just to clarify then, the stipulation did not result in any modification of the two PPAs. Is that correct?
Correct. There is no modifications to the PPAs as presented in this application as a result of the STIP or any other modifications since SPS executed those agreements and filed its application late last year.
Okay, and then so the only two changes from your application then are with Borger on on the recovery of O&M costs through the fuel and purchase power adjustment clause, and then the battery project, you're withdrawing your request for the 10% of off-system sales. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so the capacity payment for the Borger, would that also go into the fuel and purchase power adjustment clause, or would that have a different treatment?
No, sir. The capacity payment under Borger LTPPA would remain in base rates. So
In
to the
base rate.
extent there's a difference in what's in base rates today in the new contract, that would be an item addressed in a future rate proceeding, base rate proceeding.
Okay, and so then the fuel and the variable O&M into fuel and purchase power price adjustment clause, would that take place when the new PPA comes into effect?
No, it would not. And that's the concession here in the stipulation. So our original proposal was, from a timing perspective, was to recover the incremental costs, if any were incurred, under this new Borger PPA through the fuel clause until all of the variable O&M can be removed or transferred from base rates into the fuel clause in the future. So when this new PPA would go into effect, SPS would not recover any incremental variable O&M until the effective date of rates from our next rate case. At that point in time, so the month that the base rates are effective in that future case, we would, as a result of the rate proceeding, zero out, if you will, the variable O&M costs in SPS's base rate revenue requirement, and then in that month begin to recover variable O&M under the Borger contract through the fuel purchase power adjustment. And we can do that relatively easily with the monthly fuel reports and filings that we make in New Mexico through our monthly fuel clause.
Okay, and so the current treatment of even the variable O&M is that it's in base rates?
Yes, that is an agreement unique to the original or existing Borger contract. I forget the exact year the Borger contract was approved, but that was a settlement agreement in that approval case. And that is the only PPA where we have recovered variable O&M and base rates.
I see, because it would seem like it might be difficult to forecast how much the plant is going to be dispatched.
It can be, and we think the variable nature of those costs more closely align with the fuel mechanism. And again, that's been consistent with variable O&M recovery for other contracts that we've had in the past that had such an expense.
What is the general capacity factor of Borger? How often is it being dispatched?
That may be a better question for Mr. Bornhofen. Generally, it has a higher capacity factor given its operational nature, but I'd hate to give you the wrong or incorrect number, Commissioner Ellison. I know Mr. Bornhofen will have the history as well as expectations under the new contract.
Well,
Okay.
I just like, can I follow up on question there? And is it because you're talking about the operational nature of it? If I understand correctly, that facility runs to serve other industrial customers in wherever it is, and for that reason, it's functioning in a way that, you know, you're running it anyway. So let's get power from it. Is that the basic idea?
Its operations are connected with the refinery and the steam processes that are needed for that. So there is a minimum output level of
Right.
the generator to recognize the need at the refinery for the steam processes.
Okay, so you're saying to direct any questions of that nature to Mr. Elsie?
Mr. Bornhofen.
Bornhofen, excuse me. My apologies. Okay.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's all the questions I have for now.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And then and just to follow up, I mean, when I saw the application and I saw Ms. Lynch and CCAE not necessarily joining, the initial thought I had was, well, you know, this is a gas resource that you're proposing here. Obviously, that comes with, I mean, you know, I don't want to use the word controversial, but right, it's inconsistent with the movement towards at least at this juncture anyway, a fully renewable system by 2045. So was the choice to go with Borger rooted in the idea that the plant's running anyway? So let's just utilize the capacity to the extent we need it.
The recommended portfolio in this situation was selected as the most reliable and most economical collection of resources to meet our capacity needs through 27. Borger does present less project deliverability risk as it is an existing facility, so it is steel in the ground that's operating today. From a commercial standpoint, we have history with this counterparty, and the Commission has approved this PPA before. While there are different terms in the new PPA agreement, it is largely reflective of the same facility that's been on our system for a number of years. It's also a 15-year term. So from a ETA compliance standpoint, you know, that aligns with many of the milestones that we have ahead of us in New Mexico. But I would say the primary benefit of this PPA is its dispatchable capacity. We have a capacity need on our system, and we need to ensure that through our resource transition and any new resources that are added to our system, that we maintain overall reliability of the system. The gas facility and its dispatchable nature, as well as the dispatchable nature of the battery project that's been proposed in this proceeding, as well as the dispatchable capacity in the battery project pending in the CCN proceeding, present very real and very valuable reliability benefits to SPS's system.
Okay, but to the extent to which CCA didn't join the stipulation, and I'm not surprised. We all know with the LNG facility that you know, any procurement involving gas is going to, for lack of the better word, stir the pot. So I guess to the extent to which the Commission sees that and say, hey, this is a utility here proposing a gas resource, and well, we know that that's something that people are really paying attention to. The thought I had as I was reading the application was, well, yes, it's an existing resource. Yes, it's dispatchable. But then fundamentally, since it is functioning for other industrial purposes, it's really not that bad because it's going to run anyway.
Your Honor, I agree entirely. This is an existing facility. We are contracting with it and proposed this PPA for Commission approval. This facility would likely generate, and if it's not a purchase power agreement for SPS, it would likely be for somebody else in the Southwest Power Pool and on our system. So this is an existing facility that we have a lot of commercial history with. It runs well. It's been a key reliability component of our system in the past, and we value and have demonstrated the value of its ongoing capacity contribution and reliability contribution on our system for the next 15 years.
Okay. Commissioner Ellison, you're sort of following along. Do you have any follow-up on that, or couldn't tell?
I might just ask, in your view, Ms. Trammell, will keeping this resource available have a negative impact on SPS's ability to meet its renewable portfolio standard mandates?
No, sir, I don't think it will. Keep in mind the remainder of the recommended portfolio, again, across the CCN case and this PPA case, includes 400 megawatts of additional solar capacity. So we are retiring natural gas generation at Plant X and at Cunningham and replacing that gas generation with renewable energy. Not only does those renewable projects add additional renewable energy attributes to our system for RPS compliance in the future, but it utilizes existing generation interconnection infrastructure and avoids the need for incremental interconnection investment by SPS at an additional cost, or what would come at an additional cost for SPS customers to bring these renewables online. Again, it is important to consider our fleet transition from a reliability and economic standpoint, and this recommended portfolio is the best combination of resources to deliver on all of those needs.
And in terms of meeting reliability, how important is this gas plant in your view?
I would say it's close to the top. We are actively navigating through our generation resource transition, not just with this RFP, but with our IRP and future generation planning. And we are certainly focused on affordability of that fleet transition, but reliability comes first. We will not serve our generation needs, our capacity needs with renewables alone. We've demonstrated that in the IRP and in other modeling that dispatchable capacity is needed for SPS's system. So in this portfolio, the dispatchable nature of the gas PPA, as well as the dispatchable nature of the new battery projects, are critical from a reliability standpoint.
Because the other resources in the other case are all intermittents, right? I mean, that's the basic concept there.
Yes, Your Honor. The other projects incorporate the 418 megawatts of solar, which are not dispatchable resources.
And so the question I have for you too is, just, I mean, as I was reading the application and just at the high level, right, 35,000 foot perspective, I mean, I sort of said to myself as I was reading, well, you know, whatever the commission does in the 252 case kind of decides what we do here, because these resources are effectively a sort of rider, if you will. I'm not rider in the sense of payments and all that, but they trail those other investments. I mean, is that a correct assessment of what's going on here?
I don't know what you mean by trail. They're part of the recommended portfolio. So it's the collection of all the projects that really address our need.
I understand, but if the commission approves the other resources in 252, I mean, these resources then are needed to fill the reliability questions or reliability needs. Is that right?
Yes, and contribute to the capacity need. Again, this Borger contract's about 230 megawatts. A fossil unit like this does receive 100% capacity accreditation in the SPP accreditation policies. So its contribution to our capacity need, in addition to its contribution to our reliability benefit, is very material in this portfolio.
Would it be also the case, sort of the converse be the case, that if the commission were not to approve the 252 application, that there'd sort of be no point in approving these because that kind of, I don't know, just scuttles the whole plan?
I don't think so. I think if there were any resource decisions in the CCN proceeding, that would need to be addressed on an incremental basis. The PPAs in this proceeding should still be approved. Again, there is little deliverability risk on the Borger PPA as it's an existing facility, and the NextEra Wildcat battery project is slated to go into service in late 2025. So as we approach our changing system and the capacity needs that are present, I think it would be imprudent to not approve these PPA resources, since that dispatchable capacity is readily available and the battery can be in service so quickly.
You know, I wanted to follow up with the gas for this plant. Is that something that SPS would contract for, or is that being handled separately?
We do have responsibilities under the contract to source some of the gas supply for this facility. Mr. Bornhofen can also discuss the details of that, but generally for our gas units on our system, whether they are company owned or PPA resources, we are responsible for procuring fuel supply. So this is not different from the existing Borger PPA contract and not dissimilar from other generators that we have operating on our system, both company owned and developer projects.
Would you seek to hedge or lock in the price of gas for the plant, or do you generally prefer to take gas at spot market prices?
You know, from a fleet standpoint, the gas supply is really procured on a system-wide basis. We have obviously a lot of gas generation in our system, but there are procurement practices that can stabilize gas supply and reduce risk. To answer your question directly for this facility, I'm not aware of our exact strategy, but I know that we have experience delivering gas to this facility as it has operated on our system for a number of years.
Okay. Sounds like I could delve into that question a bit more with Mr. Bornhofen as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Just one final question for me, and it relates to the 10%. I was, I was reading the testimony, and I was trying to understand the request in the application, because you're right, the interveners came back in this case and said, I mean, one of the interveners, I don't recall who, very strongly said, well, it makes no sense to do this 10% thing. And I know you guys have given up on that, but I just kind of want to try to understand why it was proposed at all, because the intervener said, well, look, if they can't properly manage the costs of this stuff, you shouldn't be running a utility anyway. I thought that was rather bold. So Ms. Trammell, I just kind of wanted to understand, like, what was the nature of that 10% request? Like, what is in the best light? How should the commission understand that request
Sure.
initially?
Off-system sales margin sharing is not uncommon on utility systems. SPS's original off-system sales margin sharing parameters were different, and they have evolved over the years. They started as experimental sales for certain resources on SPS's system, and I believe started with a 75-25% sharing mechanism, 25% share retention from SPS. But I said that's evolved over time. There was a stipulation in SPS's wind CCNs, I think the case 17 00044 UT, where SPS agreed to zero company retention of off-system sales margin sharing for the existing fleet. We do not envision or did not envision that provision would apply to all new resources on our generation system into perpetuity. So especially with a battery, which is a new technology, new generation technology on our system, presented in both the CCN case and this PPA case, that revisiting the conversation around off-system sales margin sharing was appropriate. With a battery, we have energy arbitrage opportunities, and we believe an off-system sales margin sharing mechanism or framework, reestablishing that for the battery projects, can further incentivize economic benefit of the operation of the batteries on SPS's system to the benefit of customers. So when we're able to charge the batteries at periods of lower cost energy prices, and then discharge the batteries at times of higher cost prices, customers will benefit from the lower cost energy that'll be dispatched from these batteries. So that responsibility is with SPS, right? We have the operational discretion of when to charge the batteries and when to discharge them. Granted, the discharge will also be influenced by the dispatch instructions from the Southwest Power Pool market operator. But there's an economic opportunity there with the operation of the batteries, and off-system sales margin sharing certainly benefit customers, but we think it's reasonable to reestablish a sharing percentage for the company on this new technology.
Because it's
new to SPS's system, obviously.
Because it's a new technology, and therefore the idea is, you're sort of experimenting. Is that what you're saying?
Not so much experimenting, but recognizing the energy arbitrage opportunity with this battery technology. That type of opportunity is not present with a solar farm or wind farm or existing gas resources on SPS's system, because there's not that ability to charge at periods of lower cost energy.
So, I mean, is the idea that the ratepayers, to the extent to which you have an incentive to maximize that arbitrage opportunity, it is appropriate to give you that percentage, because that will only cause you to act in such a way that will maximally benefit ratepayers. Is that the concept?
Yes, it creates an incentive for the company and reinforces from a policy standpoint that the commission desires to see the utility operate these battery resources in that manner.
Okay, I think I understand. I understand all the rejoinders to that idea too. So I just wanted to make sure I understood it clearly.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, you're bringing up some very good points here. While, on one hand, it does seem like a reasonable thing to explore whether giving a little bit of a profit incentive may help to maximize that resource. At the same time, the resource is without risk to SPS. The ratepayer is paying for it 100%, and it would seem like if there's going to be an upside, there ought to be a downside. So maybe if the resource does not generate a certain level of return, maybe there should also be a hit. I think it's intriguing. I understand it's off the table in this stipulation, but I tend to think there should be a balance there, and that's something that could be explored. I also saw in the record a discussion of the use of the battery reliability versus this sort of arbitrage. And I would be interested in hearing Ms. Trammell's thoughts on that. If you really sought to maximize this arbitrage with off-system sales, could you end up with a situation where the battery is empty when you might need it for reliability purposes?
Sure, I'll try to unpack that a little bit. I would start with an overall statement, though, as we think about off-system sales margin sharing and retention by the company potentially being an earnings figure. The company has also an ability to reinvest retained earnings into its operations. And so as we navigate the fleet transition, I think from a policy standpoint, I know it's off the table in the stipulation, but from a policy standpoint, whether on these batteries or in consideration of potential off-system sales margin sharing in the future, retention of financial incentives from off-system sharing can help the utility navigate the fleet transition and the costs of transitioning our fleet, both with the capacity needs we have that are very material through the end of this decade, but even beyond from an ETA compliance standpoint. So, I think there's just more considerations, and that's why we're bringing this off-system sales margin conversation back to the commission to make a determination. Again, it is not our position that an off-system sales margin decision is established for every new resource on our system. So Commissioner Ellison, I think from at least SPS's perspective, you can expect that this conversation will be brought up with future new resources as the commission reestablishes an off-system sales margin sharing policy on resources that are added to SPS's system. But getting back to your question about reliability, the presence of the battery on SPS's system will have accredited capacity value. So as the resources are approved and added to the system, we can count the capacity for our SPP reporting and reserve margin calculations. So that's kind of step one from recognizing the capacity value of the resources. From an operational standpoint, again, the discharge and charging timeframes there's an interplay between SPS's operation and the dispatch from the SPP. So we have the responsibility to charge both the developer battery and the company-owned battery, and our intent would be to charge the battery at periods of lower cost energy, recognizing that we can hold that discharge for times when prices might be higher. But that discharge of the battery is going to be directed by the SPP dispatch. So SPP runs a security constrained economic dispatch of all of the resources in the Consolidated Balancing Authority. Individual load serving entities like SPS are responsible for covering their native load with enough capacity to meet their native load plus a reserve margin. That's kind of back to that step one capacity test. And then we're also responsible for making sure that the resources are available to be bid into the day ahead market and that the resources are available to be called upon or dispatched in the real-time market. So the nature of how the SPP operations work in that energy and ancillary services market ensure that the resources are available. A load serving entity like SPS would be subject to penalties if it didn't have all of its resources bid in or offered into at whatever availability they are in the day ahead market, and for the resources that they said would be available in the day ahead market, if they're not available in real time, there can be penalties there. So the framework of this kind of operation in a market and the framework of availability of our units, I think address your question of whether or not the battery would be, if this was the hypothetical you were thinking of, Commissioner Ellison, say discharged in a time period to capture energy arbitrage, and then due to round trip cycles of the energy charge, then not be available when we needed the battery potentially for reliability or other need on the system. But again, I think that's all going to be captured in the day ahead forecasting and then the real-time operations and economic dispatch from the market. But all of those settlements, are recorded from our financial books and records, and we'll have data into the timing of those battery operations on our system, as well as settlements from other utilities' batteries as SPP deploys more battery technology in the future.
And so who would the off-system sales be to? Would it be other utilities within the SPP footprint?
It can be. So to the extent the battery is not dispatched to meet SPS load, it's considered an off-system sale. That is likely being served to other loads in the SPP footprint. The alternative would be, for example, if there was like a bilateral contract, that can be an off-system sale. But as long as we're offering the battery into the market, to the extent it's not dispatched for SPS load, if it is dispatched, it's being utilized by other load in the SPP footprint.
Right. And that's a good point about the dispatch being controlled by SPP. I think you were really saying, so it, that in talk of an incentive for off-system sales, really SPP is going to be doing the dispatch anyway. The incentive would be one for you to make sure the battery is available, correct? Not one for you to optimize the dispatch, since you're not performing that function.
We do perform the dispatch, but yes, the call or the dispatch instruction is from SPP. But there's still an incentive to make sure that the battery is utilized, right? So for example, let's hypothetically say a scenario where the battery is not often dispatched by SPP. It may not make sense for us to hold the battery just because it's not being dispatched for system use, right? We want to make sure consistent in the context of the PPA with the runtime restrictions or charge restrictions that are in the PPA or the operational parameters of our company-owned battery. We want to get the most use out of that battery. We want to optimize its charge and discharge to extend the life and make sure the battery doesn't degrade unnecessarily over time, right? And then we want to seek out those financial opportunities for off-system sales so that the off-system sales margins can be returned to our system. And under our proposal, originally in this case, of course, there was a sharing mechanism there, but we want to utilize the battery for the most operational and reliability benefits, but the most economic benefits for customers as well. So just because SPP dispatches the actual battery or sends a dispatch signal, there's still opportunity for economic optimization of the batteries on our system.
Right, but they'll be determining that primarily because they're doing the dispatch. Your role is mainly to make sure, to the extent you can, the battery is available for the
And
dis-
that it was charged at lower cost energy prices, right? So SPP is going to dispatch the battery without regard to what price it was charged at, right? They're going to see an offer price from SPP's offer into the market, and they'll dispatch that in the resource stack that they're looking at for that day. But SPP is not going to take into consideration the price at which that battery was charged, right? In its dispatch decision, it's going to be looking at the offer price. So to the extent the offer price is higher than the energy that the price of the energy we use to charge the battery, that's where the customer gain is. And that's not a consideration that SPP will utilize or look at in their dispatch instructions. They're going to be
Okay.
focused on operational parameters and making sure that all the load and the footprint is served.
But you will be bidding in the, I suppose, is it the hourly price at which you're proposing to, say, purchase power on the battery?
The market instructions are pretty specific on offer prices, and the market monitor, has involvement in offer prices. Mr. Bornhofen can probably describe that in more detail on how the battery would be priced into the day ahead markets, but
Okay.
thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Good conversation. Um, so I have no further questions for you, Ms. Trammell. Thank you. The procedural order, or the Zoom protocol and procedures order, which governs our hearings as well, states that there's opportunity for redirect based on commissioner questioning or hearing examiner questioning. Ms. Hardy, do you have anything you'd like to address with Ms. Trammell based on anything Commissioner Ellison or I inquired about with your witness?
Mr. Examiner, I'll let Ms. Stover respond.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I apologize.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Whatever. It's instinct. Ms. Stover, go ahead.
No problem, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I don't have any redirect at this time.
Great. All right, Ms. Trammell, thank you very much for your participating in our hearing today, and for the dialogue you had with us there. It was very enlightening. Thank you.
No, thank you, Your Honor. And just to clarify, we will not take my rebuttal or other testimony. I'm off the stand.
Well, we admitted your what? Well, I had to go. But Ms. Stover, what did we get to?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we admitted all three pieces of her testimony. So my understanding was that she was answering questions on all three pieces, but
Yes, the direct, the rebuttal,
and the stipulation, the testimony in support of the stipulation.
Okay, so Ms. Trammell, I don't see any issue there. Well, all of your testimony has been admitted. You're satisfied as well, then, Ms. Trammell?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for paying attention. The witnesses infrequently do, but good for you. All right. Now, Ms. Stover, Ms. Hardy, who's going up now? Next witness here.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, our next witness is Mr. Elsey.
Mr. Elsey, okay.
Mr. Lill will be presenting Mr. Elsey.
Thank you. Mr. Examiner, this time SPS calls Mr. Elsey.
Is he joined? I'm sorry if I don't see him on the panel right in front of me, but is he with us or?
Do you see him in the lobby? I know
I
he's not
see an
in.
Alexandra Trowbridge and a Jonathan Lai.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, if you give us just a minute, we'll confirm whether or not Mr. Elsey is able to come in. It may be Alexander Trowbridge is the right person to admit. That is
Let's just
an
get
SPS employee. Okay.
Yeah, let's just bring Mr. Trowbridge in and see what happens. Because I know the utilities of guys frequently have people whose accounts are being operated through Zoom that you're just, providing the service for the witness. So. I think one time we had a hearing in which someone's like, it was like their daughter or something had set up their Zoom account, and it was kind of a silly sort of name. It was pretty funny. Strawberries or something like this. So if
And
you
that
have
is-
children, don't let your children set up your Zoom account because it could have downstream consequences.
Or you could end up looking like a cat.
Exactly. I remember seeing something like that once too. All right.
Looks like Mr. LC has joined us on the Mr. Trowbridge's account.
Terrific. Where is?
It's been renamed to Ben. To Ben LC. There we go.
I just don't see him on my panel unless I'm just.
He's
missing
renamed
something.
it, so it's no longer.
Oh, there he is. I'm sorry. It's just there's a lot of people on the thing, so it can be. I see him. He's doing some. Looks like prep to get the audio on.
Good morning, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mr. Elsey. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. And then can you just adjust the camera down a little bit so we can see your face clearly just when you're oh, well, unless you're going to sit back like that, that's fine. You know, because we sometimes, like I'm actually guilty of this right now. See, sometimes we have to adjust our cameras. Anyway, Miss Gonzalez, please swear our witness in.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. LC, are you the same Ben LC that filed direct testimony and rebuttal testimony in this docket?
Yes, I am.
If I were to ask you those questions in your direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
There would be one change. I am no longer employed by XL Energy. I am currently a director for energy and economics. So that would be the only change.
And with that, Your Honor, we'd move to offer the direct testimony of Mr. LC into evidence as SPS Exhibit 4.
I'll accept and admit that exhibit into evidence.
And if I were to ask you those questions in your rebuttal testimony again today, would there be any changes aside from the one you just mentioned?
Just the change I mentioned, and I think I misquoted. I think I said energy and economics, and it's energy and environmental economics. Excuse me.
And Your Honor, this time we move to admit rebuttal testimony of Mr. Ben LC, which is SPS Exhibit number 5, into evidence.
And SPS Exhibit 5 will also be admitted.
And with that, we tender Mr. LC for any questions you or the Commissioner may have.
Commissioner Ellison, anything for Mr. Elsey?
Not for the moment, thank you, but I may come up with a few.
Sure.
So please go ahead, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yeah, I don't really have, my questions are more for Mr. Bonhoffen at this point, but let me just 1 second. One question, Mr. LC. At page 35 of your direct, you write there at line 3, SPS's all-source RFP process ensured that SBS selection of resources necessary to meet SPS's reliability and safety needs at the lowest reasonable cost. And the question I noted for myself as I was reviewing this testimony was, what analysis or other documents can I turn to verify that claim?
Sure. Just trying to think if it was filed as an attachment, but the main analysis that SPS conducted as part of its 2022 RFP was its production cost modeling, which was conducted in a model called Encompass. We have provided the full Encompass output files, so all of the outputs that came from the model. I'm just trying to recall if we did that just through discovery or if we also attached those Encompass runs as part of an attachment. I believe it was just during discovery, unfortunately. In those modeling runs, I can certainly talk through them now if you have any individual questions on them.
No, I don't have any individual questions. It's more just, it seemed like the assertion is one that's kind of central to this particular case and in the 252 matter, I suppose. So I just wanted to make sure that the commission had the ability to verify that if in fact it felt the need to do so.
So if you don't mind, John, if I could maybe just give a very brief overview of how Encompass works. And then, of course, if we need to provide any additional information, we certainly can. So
sure, go ahead.
Encompass is a production cost modeling software that is designed to calculate the lowest cost solution to meet SPS's reliability needs. So essentially what it's going to do is it's going to select the resources to meet SPS's energy and resource adequacy requirements. And the algorithm is designed to find the lowest cost solution to meet both of those needs. So in short, the model is optimized to result in the lowest present value revenue requirement cost of a portfolio while meeting the 15% plan and reserve margin requirements and while ensuring SPS can provide energy every hour of the year.
Okay. And if I understand correctly, that the actual model runs were shared with the interveners in this case in the course of discovery, but are not in evidence at this time. Is that what you said earlier?
That is my recollection, yes.
Okay. And if the commission, for any reason, wished to see those model runs, would that be a problem?
The modeling run is just a spreadsheet. It's a relatively easy document to share.
Okay. I won't request it now, but in the event that it is necessary, it's good to know that it's available. That was the only question I had for you, Mr. Elsey. Commissioner Allison?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I did want to follow up on that. Mr. Elsey, I do understand the structure of your 2022 RFP that you sought bids for generation that would be located at your two retiring units, one in Texas and one in New Mexico, and you separately solicited proposals for PPAs or other ownership structures for capacity that would be located elsewhere in the SPP system. Do I understand that correctly?
It was all conducted under one solicitation, but everything else was correct, yes.
Okay. And so considering the request for capacity elsewhere on the system, not at the two retiring units, was this PPA the lowest cost bid for that portion of the solicitation?
So it always becomes a slightly challenging to compare different technologies in terms of cost. So instead of looking at just the direct cost of the unit, what we actually do is we load the cost assumptions and the technical characteristics of each candidate resource into the computer model. And the model results in the lowest overall portfolio cost. So the Blackhawk PPA or the Borga PPA, for example, was selected in all of the portfolios that we analyzed as part of the lowest cost optimized solution. We also did a run where we did not include the Borga PPA. So we excluded any gas generation from being selected. And in that model run, it was $128 million more expensive on a present value basis.
So what you're saying is that because it was an all source RFP, it can be difficult to compare different types of resources to each other with a simple cost price per megawatt hour metric.
That's correct. We would typically rank like technologies on a LCOE, a levelized cost of energy perspective. So we would compare all wind technologies together to see which is the lowest cost, or solar technologies together. And then we would, if needed to, we would create a shortlist based on LCOE, and then we would load them into the Encompass models. The reason we have to do that is because you could look up, for example, a solar resource versus a wind resource. And on paper, the wind resource may have a lower levelized cost of energy. But because the production profile of a solar resource is more aligned with peak demand and higher energy prices, it may provide more value, even though it's on paper a slightly higher cost.
Would it be fair to say then, comparing thermal technologies, that the PPA selected had the lowest LCOE?
We didn't calculate LCOE for the dispatchable resources. We calculated the levelized cost of capacity.
Okay. Well, then, did it have the lowest cost on a megawatt hour basis if you're focusing in on the dispatchable thermal resources?
As you focus in on the dispatchable resources, the Borger PPA had the lowest cost on a megawatt basis.
Okay, and that's the megawatt you're focusing in on the capacity price, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And this particular plant is a combined cycle with also significant steam load, is that correct?
It's a tricky question to answer, so excuse the long response here. The Borger facility is 2 combustion turbine generators and then 2 heat recovery steam generators, so 2/3 for traditional combined cycle plants. Typically in a combined cycle plant, you would have a steam generator on the back end. So the waste heat creates steam that flows through to the steam turbine. On the Borger PPA, there is no steam generator on the rear end as such. So the steam is actually piped downstream to the refinery.
I see. So it would be difficult to characterize it as a combined cycle plant.
It's somewhere in between a simple cycle CT and a combined cycle. It does benefit from combined cycle efficiency because of the steam credit that we receive from the refinery.
So the heat rates considered would be better than a traditional simple cycle gas unit.
Very much so. The effective heat rate for the Borger PPA is around 7,000. When we start looking at traditional gas steam units, they're somewhere in the realm of 10 to 13,000. So yes, the Borger PPA with the steam credit is an efficient unit.
Okay. And I also understand that the conditions in your solicitation for that capacity that would be anywhere on the SPS system were that the applicant needed to be at a certain stage in the interconnection process. Is that correct?
That is correct. We required any bid that was bidden under option 2, which was elsewhere across SPS's system, to be at the phase 2 DICES phase with the Southwest Power Pool.
And would it be fair to say that is a significant hurdle to new entrants, that an existing plant like Borger had a significant advantage over any potential new entrants due to the cost of the interconnection and the time involved in that process?
The time is certainly a hurdle for new generation. It currently takes anywhere between 6 to 7 years to get through the SPP dices phase. So it is a hurdle that other projects would have to overcome. That was an advantage for the Blackhawk or the Borga PPA.
And the cost as well, correct? There would be a cost involved in interconnecting a new plant.
Correct. The Borga PPA benefits from having existing transmission interconnection rights. So if a similar plant or an identical plant was to try and set up elsewhere on the system, it would incur likely in the realm of hundreds of millions of dollars of transmission network upgrades that would then be passed on to SPS's customers.
So in reality, when you issued the RFP, you probably had a good sense that it would most likely be an existing plant that would win or that would have an advantageous position in the process.
I wouldn't necessarily say an existing plant. The other options were to replace retiring generation. So when we look at the CCN case with the new solar resources, the 418 megawatts of solar, all of those new solar resources are existing gas steam generation that's scheduled to retire. Those resources are out to leverage the transmission network rights that are already at those locations. So we did feel like there would definitely be an advantageous for existing generators, but also a new generation that could reuse existing transmission interconnection rights.
Right. So you're saying it could have been possible for say a natural gas plant to be selected for the two locations where you've got retiring capacity.
Correct. That's true.
Okay. Okay. Well, I guess we're not discussing that case right now. So, but I appreciate that. I think that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you, Mr. Elsey.
Thank you. Commissioner, Ms. Stover, any redirect for Mr. Elsey?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. Mr. Lil. I'll have to make sure I make the same mistake next time.
Yeah, no
Mr.
redirect, Your Honor.
Great, thank you. Mr. Elsey, we appreciate your participation in today's hearing. Thank you very much, sir. You're excused as a witness.
Thank you.
And SPS, you all can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, SPS calls Mr. Fetters, Ian Fetters.
And is Mr. Fetters with us, or does he need to join?
Looks like he may need to join. I can't see
All
if
right,
he's in the waiting room.
that's fine. So, but let's do this because our court reporter has been diligently reporting. It's 10:20. Let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back at 10:20, and Mr. Fetters will be here, and we'll just take a little rest. Okay. See everybody in 10 minutes. And if Mr. Fetters is trying to join, I'll just keep watching in the background and let him in.
Thank you.
Yep.
Your Honor, before we go back on the record, let's let you know that Mr. Bornhofen, who will be going after Mr. Fetters, will be using the same, or maybe using the same, will be using the same account.
Gotcha.
So just sort of as a heads up.
Thank you. And Mr. Liu, will you be presenting Mr. Fetters?
Yes, I will. And let us know when you're ready.
Sure, yes. I'm just waiting for other people to return. I see most of the folks who need to be here, but. All right. Ms. Gonzalez, we'll go back when you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, we're back on the record after our break. I see Mr. Fetters. Ms. Gonzalez, if you could swear in the witness.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Fetters, will you state your name for the record?
My name is Ian Fetters.
And will you state your position?
I am a principal rate analyst with Excel Energy.
And are you the same Mr. Fetters that filed direct testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, SPS offers the direct testimony of Ian Fetters, which is SPS exhibit number 6 in the evidence.
And direct testimony of Ian Fetters is admitted, consistent with the agreement of the parties to admit all direct testimony.
And in addition, SPS moves to admit the New Mexico retail bill comparison, which is SPS exhibit number 9, which is also related to Mr. Fetters, or sponsored by Mr. Fetters.
Okay. And I don't hear any objections, so New Mexico retail bill comparison SPS exhibit 9 is also admitted.
And additionally, we move to admit the confidential portion of Mr. Fetters' direct testimony, which is 6A.
And I just want to make sure that we are all on the same page as to what exactly that is. And then, sorry, and I just for my own purposes, with Mr. Fetters' direct testimony, there was an errata filed, and I'm assuming the testimony admitted today incorporates the errata that appears on our e-docket system.
Yes, Your Honor, it does.
Great. I just want to say that for the record. And then with the confidential documents, and I don't, obviously they're confidential. I'm not going to discuss the exact content of them, but if I understand correctly, can you just tell me generally what I mean, I have in front of me 4 pink pages, and it's entitled attachment ICF-2 conf, C-O-N-F, and ICF obviously referring to Ian C. Fetters. Are those 4 pages the full scope of the confidential exhibit 6A?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that's correct.
Okay, just wanted to get that clear. And so these
Wait,
documents.
no, excuse me, Your Honor. 1 second.
Yeah.
Discussing things on our end.
That's
It
fine.
should be ICF 1 is also confidential and it has 17 pages.
ICF 1, okay, and Miss Mayers from the Hinkle firm provided that to me in electronic format. And I do see, just trying to see what pages I have here. Okay, I mean, so what I have on ICF1, which is in an email, I mean, this is the tricky part of conducting where we have a confidential document exchange process rooted in the sharing of paper, but ultimately a digital filing system. It's the commission needs to fix this, but so the only thing I see, I was provided an email just to make sure that the commission has all these documents, and it was on 4/10/24, and it says attachment ICF-1 conf and 24 bytes of data. And then it looks like I only have a single page, unless there's just multiple pages on the spreadsheet, but it doesn't appear that that's the case.
Your Honor, we'll let us circle internally for 1 second. We make sure we have the full exhibit, that the whole thing was uploaded.
Well, yeah, and so I understand too, not wanting to upload it to Dropbox, because then that becomes kind of, I guess, part of the public record, right? So you guys didn't do that, correct?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is John Bagacco. May I be
Yeah.
excused just for a moment? There's an issue upstairs with Chief of Staff I need to check with her very quickly, and I'll be right back.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Examiner, I believe Ms. Matas had provided the full information, but let me confirm that.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm looking at her email, and she did, and I appreciated that you guys got me the digital copies, because right, that's what we need to be doing. But so then I just want to confirm that, I mean, I can't show my ICF-1 on the screen because it's a public hearing. So, but I'm just saying what I see is it's just what appears to be a single page. And there might be a second page.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, if I can clarify generally
Sure.
what ICF-1 and 2 entail. ICF-1 has the revenue requirement calc for the Wildcat battery PPA, and it should be 1 tab and relatively short.
Yep.
ICF-2 has the revenue requirement for the border PPA, and it should be, I believe, 4 or 5 tabs and a little longer than ICF-1.
Yeah, so I have a ICF-2 is 4 of 4, and I actually have paper copies of that. And I'm looking at that right now in my hands. And then ICF-1, what I was supplied by Ms. Hardy's firm, is a 2-tab document, what appears to be revenue requirement and then jurisdictional allocation. And that would appear to be two tabs. And if I printed that, that would probably be 2 pages, right?
Yes, 2 tabs, that's right.
Okay. So as long as that's what it is, then I understand what we're admitting. And I just wanted to be clear for the record, what is the confidential document? So
when we print these, it comes out to about 17, it comes out to 17 pages total. If I count my ICF-1 in particular, it comes out to 7. So 7 and 10 are the 2 numbers.
Is that including the cover page and then all the?
No, Your Honor, that's just it's just the portions of the exhibit. I mean, part of that may be how you printed it. It is an Excel sheet, so you could print it and it could come out different ways. But when we hit print, that's what the number that I'm looking at.
And it is 2 tabs, but the first tab is rather long. It does show all 15 years plus 15 years on the New Mexico retail level, so I could see it coming out to several pages.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, perhaps one thing we could do, circle real quick, I think discuss internally, but we may be able to verify what we sent you. Just that way we can say for certain that we sent you the correct thing.
That's fine. Can you all be doing that in the background while we proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or just send me the ICF-1 again, because it sounds like the ICF-2, we're both talking about the same thing, which is the 4 full pages.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
All right, well, so we can just be working on that in the background. I don't believe there's any objections anyway to the confidential documents. I'm just trying to clarify for the record what they are. And we will have that process clarified by the conclusion of our proceedings today. So I will provisionally admit the confidential documents, and then we will come back to this question when I get an updated email of what they are, just to make sure I have the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. At this point, we tender Mr. Fetters for any questions that you or the commissioner may have.
I have nothing from Mr. Fetters. I guess the only concern I have is just making sure that we clarify what exactly his confidential documents are. And then I don't necessarily know that he needs to be present for that. And I don't see Commissioner Elliston coming up. So I don't think that means,
I-
Commissioner Allison, do you
I
have any
don't have
questions?
any questions at this time. Thank you.
Good. All right, so Mr. Lill, subject to just clarifying what Mr. Fetter's confidential document is, we can do that. I mean, I don't think we need Mr. Fetters for that, so I'm happy to excuse him as a witness and admit both those exhibits and move along.
Yeah. Just to be clear, those 3 total exhibits: 6A, 6A, and 10, or 6A and 9.
Yes, and 9 is the New Mexico retail bill comparison. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Your Honor. Or
Okay,
thank-
Mr. Fetters, thank you for appearing today. Sorry to have you just join us so shortly, but I suppose that's a good thing for you too.
No problem, thank you. I'm going to, Mr. Bornhofen is coming into the same room, so I'm not going to log out of the Zoom, just transition for a moment.
Okay, sure, we can sit tight. Wait.
Ms. Hardy, have you had a chance to confirm that the Exhibit 6A was the one that was actually sent over to the hearing examiner?
The confidential
Yes.
documents, so
Yes.
we had submitted. Yes, we had submitted all of the attachments to Mr. Fetters. The confidential attachments we had submitted. April.
If that's them all, I mean, I guess without printing them, what I can do, let's just do this. So we're all talking about the same thing. So this is what I received from Sonia Mayers at hinklelawfirm.com. And I've attached the confidential documents that have been submitted for in-camera review by SBS. And that would include however many pages these all work out to: ICF-1, ICF-2, and ICF-2 errata. As long as that's everything.
Those are all 3 files.
Okay,
for Mr.
and
Fetters, 6A.
yeah, depending on how you print it out, I suppose then, as long as this is everything, that's fine. And however, obviously it won't be included in the public record, but we'll have these documents on file at the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yes, thank you.
Sure. Let me stop share. Okay, do we have Mr. Bornhofen? We have a tile for Mr. Bornhofen, but we do not have an image or audio.
there a camera cover on, perhaps?
Or he is residing within a black hole.
Can you hear me? This is John. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
just
Mr. Bornhofen, we do not have a visual feed of you, sir, and that will be necessary.
How about now?
Ah, there you go.
Thank you, and I apologize for the interruption.
Not a problem. That happens pretty much all the time. So always a little bit of technical stuff to deal with every time. All right, Ms. Gonzalez, please swear in Mr. Bornhofen.
Yeah, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Bornhofen, will you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is John Bornhofen.
And Mr. Bornhofen, what's your position with SPS or Excel?
My title is Director of Purchase Power for Xcel Energy Services.
And are you the same Mr. Bornhofen that filed the direct testimony and confidential material associated with your direct testimony, as well as rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
I am.
And if I were to ask you those questions in your direct testimony again today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Your Honor, at this time, SPS offers the direct testimony of John Bornhofen, which is SPS Exhibit number 7 into evidence.
And SPS Exhibit 7 will be admitted.
And this time, SPS also offers the confidential portions of that direct testimony, which is SPS Exhibit number 7A into evidence as well.
Yeah, and I just want to again go through and make sure we have all the same things. One of those documents that makes up Exhibit 7A, the confidential material, just reading the titles of these documents would be what was provided to the commission, attachment JLB, that's obviously John L. Bornhofen -3 confidential. And this is the power purchase agreement between SBS and Borger Associates.
That is correct, Your Honor.
And then we have an attachment JLB-4 confidential. And that document, the cover page, is the battery storage energy purchase agreement between SBS and the Wildcat Ranch Energy Storage.
That is correct, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
And JL, okay, so and I also have provided to me in the email, I just want to make sure. Oh, there was a JLB-R3. What do these ones denote as opposed to, because it's both a JLB-3 and a JLB-4 and then JLB-R3 and JLB-R4.
Your
Are those
Honor, those are tied to his, I believe those are tied to his rebuttal testimony. And I am confirming that right now.
Okay.
Those may also be redacted. Let's see.
R3, I mean, they appear to be very similar documents. It looks like it's JLB-3. I think it's the same. And I just want to understand what the difference are, if anything, between the two of them.
Your Honor, we're taking a look right now and we'll let you know in hopefully a minute or two.
Sure. So before let's just hold off on admitting the confidential documents for the moment, but proceed on. Was there anything else for Mr. Bornhofen to admit before he receives questions from the commission?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Bornhofen, we asked you those questions that are in your rebuttal testimony today. Would those questions be the same?
They would,
Or would your answers be the same?
they would.
At this point, SPS moves to admit the rebuttal testimony of John Bornhofen, SPS exhibit number 8, into evidence.
Are there any objections to the rebuttal testimony? Hearing none, SBS exhibit number 8, the rebuttal testimony of John L. Bornhofen will be admitted as well. Well, yes, in addition to the direct testimony, but we're still going to figure out the confidential material portions. That appears, based on the exhibit list, all of his exhibits. Is that right, Mr. Lill?
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct.
So while you're working out the confidential stuff, we'll just turn, I know Commissioner Ellison and I have questions from Mr. Bornhofen, so let's, Commissioner Ellison, if you want to go ahead and have a dialogue with Mr. Bornhofen, please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Bornhofen.
Good morning.
You know, I did just want to understand a bit better the I guess the Borger plant and how it's dispatched and how it fits in the SPP framework. So I understand based on your testimony that it has to run at all times and produce electricity at all times. Is that correct?
For the most part, aside from scheduled outages, et cetera, then yes, it would be expected to run 24/7.
Okay. And how is that considered by SPP? Are you able to I guess characterize the plant as a must-run plant, or how is that done?
Yeah, that's a common term in the industry, a must-run facility. We would characterize this as a must-run facility. We would offer it to the market as a must-run. It has to run 24/7.
So based on your PPA, you would be entering in pricing information to SPP. Is that correct? You would be submitting a day-ahead bid and establishing at what price the plant should be dispatched.
We would be able to offer a price. As a must-run facility, though, we would be a price taker in the market. And so whether we offered the unit at a price or not, we would still simply be a price taker, which means we would be paid whatever the market's bearing at that interval, versus a traditional facility where you would offer the unit to the market and the market would at minimum make you whole to whatever price you're offering it to the market.
Okay. And the I guess the compensation for the plant, it is operating within SPP, and so there would be payment from SPP, but separately you've got a PPA agreement that would compensate for that. Is that how it works? So essentially outside of the market?
Yeah, the way I look at it is we have a contract with the counterparty and we pay them a fee or a payment on a monthly basis. We get to offset that with any revenues that we get from the market. So the market, SPP in this case, would actually pay us as the market participant, whatever the market rates are for those particular intervals. We get to take those revenues and offset that against any costs we have under the contract.
Would it also be accurate to say that the PPA is a contract for differences?
I'm not sure I understand that question. If you could ask
Or
that
are
again.
differences, so sort of, the plant could, I assume, simply participate as a merchant plant in SPP and take the risk of whatever it is that they've been paid, but they would rather have the financial stability and certainty of having a PPA. And so basically whatever terms you've agreed to with the PPA would govern, and any funds received based on the SPP participation, there would sort of be a true up for that. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I would characterize it that way. What I would say is, and I can't speak to any motivations or reasons why the seller would want to enter into a long-term PPA, or at least in this particular case. But generally speaking, you are correct. Most independent power producers would like to find a long-term off-taker, and that would hedge them against that long-term risk. So I would assume that's the case here, where they would like to have a long-term off-taker versus taking it merchant themselves. And by merchant, for those who don't understand that, they would become their own market participant. They would actually participate in the market themselves and offer their unit to the market themselves. And they would then bear any market risk or market instability. We bear that on their behalf in exchange for that long-term capacity.
Right.
I hope that answered your question.
No, I understand. And would you also are you also controlling the gas supply to that plant to the extent that it's generating electricity for SPP, SPS purposes?
Yes. So SPS, the utility, we arrange for gas to be supplied for the facility on a daily basis. So we have a gas supply department. They are a 24/7, for the most part, operating group, and they would be responsible for supplying gas on a daily basis. And we do that on behalf of the seller Borger. We don't pay for the gas. The seller pays for the gas. We reimburse them for a portion of that gas under the PPA. But we arrange for the gas on a daily basis. We have a service contract with the seller, and we arrange for their gas supply on a daily basis.
Do you take spot market pricing, or do you seek to hedge some of that gas price?
Generally speaking, we typically try to hedge a portion of the gas on our share of the portion that we control the costs of, right? So we procure under our gas supply contract with our gas supplier 50% of the gas for the facility. Borger supplies their own 50% of the gas under their own supply agreement. When we supply our half, or when we procure our half, we tend to attempt to hedge those gas costs on behalf of our customers. And we do that typically seasonally. We will look ahead on a seasonal basis and try to hedge costs on either a winter or a summer basis.
Okay.
And the difference would be a spot price.
Okay, that makes sense. And is there any way that you then convey information to SPP as to the cost of that gas, so that they could determine, do we want to dispatch this plant to a large extent, or do we want to keep it at its minimum amount?
I apologize. I missed the first half of your question. Can you ask that to me again?
So I'm just wondering, so when SPP is doing their dispatch, are you giving them information as to the cost of the gas or the cost of the power that particular day so that they would know how to dispatch the plant?
Yeah, so the portion of the facility that's non-dispatchable, which is the first 67% of the facility, that's the min load of the facility. That part the cost of our gas doesn't really come into consideration for that portion. The remaining portion, the dispatchable portion of the facility, it definitely does get taken into consideration. We would look at the cost of gas for that day as part of our fuel cost for the facility for that day, and that would be the cost to us for running that facility above its min load during that interval.
And so when you submit your day ahead bids to SPP, you would indicate that the first 67% is must run, and then you would indicate sort of the marginal cost of dispatching at higher amounts.
That's right. Right. You would, and I wouldn't characterize the first 67% for dispatch purposes as a must run. The 24/7 requirement is a must run, but the min load at 67% is just a base load threshold that's very common among gas facilities. All of our gas facilities are going to have some type of a base load level in which they have to operate anytime they come online. So that's very common across all facilities. Anything above and beyond that, which is our dispatchable portion of the facility, again, that's common across all of our facilities. We would offer the price of those additional megawatts, that additional real-time capacity to the market. And if the market feels that those prices are economic for the system, they would dispatch us to those levels.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Is the facility must run because of the downstream use of the steam by the refinery? Is that the idea?
Generally speaking, that's one of the requirements, or my understanding of why that's a must-run facility.
Okay, so another, yeah, and I'd asked Ms. Trammell this question, when we were, the commission receives applications for procurements and PPAs, CCNs. When we saw this gas plant and I read the testimony, I mean, that was struck me as part of the reason why this proposal exists, is for all the reasons Ms. Trammell said, but it has to run anyway, so we might as well get some benefit from it. Is that basically a correct statement?
I would not say that in the case of the PPA or in this case, but generally speaking, yes, that is one of the ancillary considerations for this facility. That's not why the company is moving forward with this facility. As I understand it, this facility was selected as the most economic resource for our customers. One of the ancillary benefits or considerations is that it likely would be running on that system, whether we were the off-taker or not. And it would likely be running as a 24-hour facility, whether we were the off-taker or not. And so to your point, somebody has to be the off-taker, and if it benefits our customers, it may as well be us.
Right. And I mean, thinking about sort of emissions concerns, right? I mean, it's all part of this discussion. I mean, in some basic macro sense, we're all focused on that. I'm not, more or less just talking to myself. All the subjects I was going to address have been discussed at this point, Mr. Bornhofen. Is there any redirect from the utility?
No, Your Honor. But however, I do believe Ms. Stover was going to clarify regarding exhibit or attachments R3 and R4.
Sure.
Yes, Mr. Herring's examiner, we determined that the R3 and R4 attachments that were in that email were actually related to another proceeding. And so those can be deleted. They were not originally part of, although they are the exact same documents that are attached to Mr. Bornhoffen's direct testimony. So I think they were just inadvertently included in that email. So you can delete those two and eliminate them. If it would be helpful to you, we can also send you a link to a Dropbox where all of the confidential materials are available, if, in case there's any confusion about, what you have or what's.
Yeah,
what's
I think what would be most simple, what would be most useful to me would be just, and this is again, for purposes of just creating the clear record, the making a list, like the confidential exhibit list that just identifies what comprises confidential exhibit 6A and 7A, and then reattaching them. So if I have duplicates, whatever, they're just digital files. It's not a big deal. Can you do that, Ms. Stover?
Yes, absolutely. We will take care of that.
And then that way our court reporter will be clear on what exhibits are confidential and what makes up 6A and 7A.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Dropbox is fine. So we use that program over here too. All right. SPS, is that all your witnesses?
Yes, Mr. Herring, examiner.
So
Mr. Bornhoffen was our last witness.
Okay. In which case we now go, I believe if we're going by intervention, it is Occidental.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Lee is in the waiting room.
Let me admit him.
Yeah, and one point of clarification, it's actually an iManage site for the confidential materials, and we will have slip sheets, so we'll indicate what exhibit is what.
Sure. Yeah, Mr. Lee, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. There was a bit of a disconnect as I was shifting from YouTube to the Zoom meeting.
Sure.
I'm just caught up now.
No problem. Ms. Gonzalez, if you could swear Mr. Lee in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Lee. Could you introduce yourself to us?
Oh, yes, my name is Jonathan Lee.
And do you have in front of you a copy of OPL Exhibit 1, which is your direct testimony, and also 1A, which is the confidential portion of that testimony, 1B, which is the work papers to your testimony, and 1C, which is the confidential work papers to your testimony?
I do.
And if I were to ask you the questions in your direct testimony again today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, those answers would be the same.
And do you have any changes that you would like to make to the testimony or the attachments to it?
No, not at this time.
Your Honor, OPL offers Exhibit 1, 1A, 1B, and 1C.
Okay, and I have in Dropbox, which was the exhibit exchange file here, OPL Exhibit 1, which is the direct testimony of Jay Lee, and then OPL Exhibit 1B, which is the work papers. And then there is the two confidential documents, what I have in my possession, page 2, 6, and 7 of what appears to be Mr. Lee's direct testimony with numbers that are confidential in nature. And then it sounds like, so which of the confidential, is that one of the confidential exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor. That is
Which one is that?
1A. That is
1A.
1A.
And then what is the other confidential exhibit?
1C should be the work papers to Mr. Lee's testimony.
Okay.
Had some confidential information as well.
And I have all the work papers, but I don't know that do the work papers include confidential material?
There was some confidential material in the work papers. I believe we separately designated it as Exhibit 1C, but if that's not the case, I can have my paralegal get a copy to you, Your Honor.
Yes, why don't we do that? So, and let's do the same thing that, and again, this comes back to sort of the problem with the commission's, the fact that we're working in the digital environment, but there's still papers for confidential stuff. If you can please just supply to me. So I didn't see an exhibit list in this case either, Mr. McMillan. Did you provide that on the?
My understanding was it was posted to the Dropbox, but I can have that sent as well.
Yes, do that. So and then as I asked from SPS under your confidential exhibits, just give a general description. If it's an exhibit, what is it? And that way we can be sure we all have it, and the court reporter knows what it is, and the commission will know what it is.
Okay. And Your Honor, what is your preference as far as getting that to you via email, or is
Yeah, it's fine. The only reason not to do email is if it's going to be like a 2 terabyte file, which sometimes we just, I mean, not big, but if it's, as long as it's emailable, that's more than adequate.
Yes, Your Honor. I've messaged my paralegal. She is currently at lunch, but that will be fixed in the near future.
That's fine. And sure it'll be fine, and I'm sure we can. So we have exhibit. Go over your exhibits again real quick. The non-confidential exhibits.
The non-confidential exhibits are Exhibit 1, which is Mr. Lee's direct testimony.
Yep.
And Exhibit 1B, which is the work papers to his direct testimony.
Okay. Good. So we'll admit Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 1B, and the two confidential exhibits, remind me their numbers.
1A is the confidential portions of his direct testimony, and 1C is the confidential portions of his work papers.
Okay, I don't know that I have 1C, so that's the only thing that we're sort of waiting on. So I will just 1A, I see no problem admitting unless there's objections, and I don't have 1C yet. I've not seen that, so I feel I should wait till I actually see it before it gets admitted.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, and Mr. Lee, do you have a copy in front of you of OPL Exhibit 2, which is your testimony in support of the comprehensive stipulation?
I do.
And if I were to ask you the questions in that testimony again today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, the answers would be identical.
And do you have any corrections you'd like to make to that?
I have no corrections at this time.
Your Honor, OPL offers OPL Exhibit 2, which is Mr. Lee's testimony in support of the comprehensive stipulation.
Occidental Exhibit 2 is admitted.
And with that, Your Honor, that is all of Occidental's exhibits, and we offer Mr. Lee for examination.
Commissioner Ellison, any questions for Mr. Lee?
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Lee.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Appreciate your testimony in this case. It's very helpful and useful. You know, I haven't read your testimony in support of the stipulation, but you know, I do want to ask, you know, in light of the fact that you recommended that SPS be required to do additional analysis to show that the battery storage system was economical. I'm, you know, wondering why you are in support of the stipulation.
Yes. So in rebuttal and in follow-up discovery, SPS mentioned that they had conducted additional Encompass analyses, which evaluated the portfolio costs of the portfolio, which included their manually selected batteries, against an optimized portfolio. And the results of those model runs were comparable. And they were able to point that out. It was in some of the discovery responses that Mr. Elsie discussed earlier this morning.
Okay, so is it true then that the this Wildcat BESS was manually added after the optimization was done?
Yes, it's my understanding that the Wildcat BESS was selected manually after their initial model runs, which was based on a lower capacity need.
I see. So had they required a higher capacity from the outset, is it their argument that the battery system would have been selected?
I don't think it's necessarily so that the battery would have been selected, but the cost of the battery or the cost of the portfolio, which included that battery, was comparable to the optimized portfolio that would have been constructed to meet that additional load.
Okay. Okay, I understand. Great. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, no, thank you for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I have no questions for you, sir. Occidental, Mr. McMillan, do you have any follow-up questions based on Commissioner Ellison's questions?
No, Your Honor, nothing more from OPL.
Good. And I don't think it's necessary that we have Mr. Lee present when we clarify what's going on with the confidential exhibits. So I will excuse him as a witness. And then Mr. McMillan, just before the conclusion of the hearing, we'll just get clarification as to the confidential exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Great.
Mr. Lee, thank you for coming, sir. Appreciate your participation today.
All right. And thank you for the question, Commissioner Ellison.
Thank you.
All right. Large customer group, New Mexico large customer group.
Yes, good morning, hearing examiner Ryan.
Yes.
Before bringing our witness, Ms. Courtney Higgins, up, I wanted to judge your preference on how we should go about admitting NMLCG hearing exhibit 1, which is the pre-filed direct testimony of Kevin Higgins. As we informed you and the parties, Mr. Higgins was unavailable today. And Ms. Courtney Higgins has filed stipulation testimony, but we'd like to also move for the admission of NMLCG hearing exhibit 1. Which was... Go ahead.
Are they related?
They are. They
okay.
They work together and they are related.
Okay. I figured I was trying to, I mean, if they're spouses, it sort of goes to the reliability of the testimony. And then in a positive way, I assume she can, your testimony was, if I understand, basically Ms. Higgins has reviewed the testimony Mr. Higgins supplied, and she's willing to, you know, effectively affirm its validity. And I see no difficulty with that. or a reason to object. So that's fine with me. So why don't we have our witness sworn, Ms. Gonzalez?
Thank you.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Higgins.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Courtney Higgins.
And by whom are you employed and in what position?
I am an associate principal at Energy Strategies.
Okay. And do you have before you NMLC Exhibit 1, which is the pre-filed direct testimony of Kevin Higgins?
I do.
And you did not draft that testimony or submit it, but you are familiar with that testimony, correct?
I am familiar with it, yes.
Okay. And are you able to answer questions about that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Hearing Examiner, I will note too that there is a executed verification at the end of NMLCG Exhibit 1 filed by or executed by Kevin Higgins. So with that, I would move for the admission of NMLCG Exhibit 1.
And, I'll just give the parties the opportunity. I mean, Ms. Higgins has reviewed this testimony. She's familiar with the questions. She's familiar with the testimony. It's effectively being offered as facts in this case, and Mr. Higgins isn't here. So are there any objections, though, to still admitting this effectively as facts in these matters? But that any questions anyone would have would be directed to Ms. Higgins. Any objection to that process? I hear none, so we'll admit NMLCG Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Higgins, do you also have before you NMLCG Exhibit 2, which is your testimony in support of the comprehensive stipulation in this case?
Yes, I do.
And do you have any corrections to that testimony?
No, not at this time.
And if I were to ask you the questions in that testimony as you sit here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. I would move for the admission of NMLCG Exhibit 2.
NMLCG2 will be admitted.
Thank you. And with that, Ms. Higgins is available for questions.
I think Commissioner Elliston, I have no questions, sir. So if there's any questions you'd like to ask Ms. Higgins, go ahead. Otherwise,
no, thank you. I'll abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Higgins, thank you for appearing today and coming to join us. And thank you for your willingness to embrace Mr. Higgins' testimony and make that happen. So nothing further from us here today.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. And my father, Kevin Higgins, also sends his regards.
Father, okay. Well, then you definitely know the content of Mr. Higgins' testimony.
Yes, I do.
Good. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Higgins, and thank you for clarifying that for the record. I wasn't sure if you would want to do that or not. But and with that, the New Mexico Large Customer Group has nothing further.
Great. And actually, that's interesting because we have who are the father-son folks who appear in another cases. I forget which witnesses they appeared for. It's irrelevant, but it's interesting to see folks following the footsteps of their parents in these profession.
It may be the Garretts you're referring to.
The Garretts, exactly. That's exactly right. The Garretts. So now we have the Higgins and the Garretts. So maybe someday they'll have like a feud. All right. We have now that I believe is everything from the large customer group, sir.
That's correct.
Your
Terrific.
Honor, Michael McMillan for OPL. If I may cut in, I believe that OPL Exhibit 1C should be in your email at this point.
Let me see. I don't see that. The last, unless it came from Kelly Bally.
It should be. Yes, that is the sender.
Yes, I see OPL Exhibit 1C. And this is the confidential work papers to the direct testimony of Jonathan Lee. And there are 29 pages. And okay, so I have that. And I have your exhibit list. And the exhibit list describes the two confidential exhibits, so we will make sure we have those, and the court reporter knows what those are. And again, these won't be disclosed in the public record, but we do maintain the full transcript anyway here at the commission, so that's why these exhibit lists are very useful. Helps us keep track. So I will admit OPL Exhibit 1C. Thank you, Mr. McMillan, for returning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then I guess this goes back to the SPS confidential exhibits. I did receive a Dropbox from Cindy. Is her name pronounced Baiza?
I believe so. Baeza. I'm probably butchering it as well. Apologies.
That's okay. It looks like I received 2 emails, but in any case, it's both. It's the same. It's SPS exhibit number 6A and SPS exhibit number 7A. 6A is the confidential material portion of direct testimony of Ian Fetters, and 7A is the confidential material portion of direct testimony of John Boerhoffen. And I'm taking it those are the 2 documents we were waiting for from SBS. So that was the last of it.
Yes, Mr. Hearing's examiner. That's right.
You know, it's going to require me to log in and Dropbox and do all this stuff. So I'm not going to. I'll do that in our next break, which we'll have shortly anyway. I don't think we're going to wrap up before the end of. Well, we may. Well, let me just open them and I'll just log in. Give me a second. Okay.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, would you like me to have staff's witness get on deck and Zoom?
Please.
All right, thank you. I'll have Ms. Hola join shortly.
Sure.
Thank
I'm
you.
just clicking on those documents, and there was so what was uploaded to Dropbox, or at least was I sent this another email by? Well, no. I guess Ms. Baeza uploaded cover pages of 6A and 7A into Dropbox. That's what is going on here.
And so were the exhibits themselves not included?
Let me. I'm opening them.
Sorry,
No, because
apologies.
I think, yeah, I don't think you'd want to put those in there. Does that make sense? Because if they're confidential,
If it
and
was if it was the public Dropbox, yes.
yeah. So my guess is yes. I mean, what I would really like just from SBS is just send me all the confidential exhibits again with an exhibit list of the confidential documents to describe the confidential documents. We just send me an email with all of them.
Okay.
And then I'll know I have them.
Okay.
And then the commission will improve this process, improve this process so that we can have a digital transfer. I mean, ideally, what we would have is an e-docket system that has a password protected section that allows you all to upload the documents into the official files of the commission, right, in an electronic format, but then it's password protected or whatever, so that we actually get to see in real time you all uploading stuff, not using second party programs to do this. Frankly, it's ridiculous. So, and then the idea that we're having paper submissions, I mean, just so everyone's aware, I mean, right, like before the pandemic happened, the commission operated on a fully paper system in which 5 pieces of paper were circulated around offices to be signed, which is just, to my view, wild. I mean, I was trying to describe, there was a gentleman who came as an extern to our agency yesterday, and he was saying, well, I'm so eager to work with our new tools and AI and whatever. And I'm like, sorry, sir, we went to a digital system 3 years ago. So AI isn't exactly where we're at, but we're trying, and we hope to. There has been money and funding to revamp our entire electronic filing system that allows you all as parties an opportunity to do Boolean searching and meaningful legal research and not have to rely on Westlaw, which is what we have to do at this juncture in order to find anything of any use. And then you can ask, how does Westlaw ensure they get all the commission documents? And that's a whole other separate conversation. So, all on aside, where are we? We are at staff because, CCAE presented no testimony in this case, and Louisiana Energy Services also presented no testimony in this case. So they're not going to be presenting witnesses. We would then move to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Do you see Ms. Hohola in the waiting room?
I certainly do, and I've just admitted her this moment, and here she comes.
Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez, if you want to swear in our witness, and Ms. Hohola, you are muted. There we go.
Do you solemnly swear, raise your right hand, sorry. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Felicia Hohola, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good, thank you.
Well, I am going to have a few questions for you about getting your direct testimony into the evidentiary record for this case. And I know you're new to this process, so we'll work with each other to get it done. I trust and hope you do have a copy of your prepared direct testimony that was filed in this proceeding on April 1st, 2024 in front of you. Is that correct?
I do.
Ms. Excuse me, Ms. Hohola, does that look like a complete and accurate copy of the testimony that you caused to be filed in this case on April 1st?
Yes, sir, it does.
And as we sit here today, it's in the context of the fact that we've entered into a stipulation in this case. If I ask you the same questions as we see posed in that direct testimony to you today at this public hearing, would your answers to those questions still be the same, or would they change?
They would still be the same, yes.
And it's also my understanding, Ms. Hohola, that you do not have any corrections or amendments to make to your prepared direct testimony. Is that correct?
Correct. No corrections at all.
Well, then with that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move for the admission of Ms. Felicia S. Hahola's prepared direct testimony into the evidentiary record, which has been provisionally marked as Staff Exhibit Number 1.
Staff Exhibit 1 will be admitted, consistent with the parties' agreement. The direct testimony would be admitted.
Thank you. And then I would tender Ms. Hohola for any examination by you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, or Commissioner Ellison.
I have just a couple of questions, Ms. Hohola, and I'll see if the Commissioner Ellison wants to chime in as well. Just for clarification, page 8 of your direct, you write there, SPS has provided SPS staff 1-1, which provides the estimated impact on rates to customers. Am I to understand that that is that the same as SPS exhibit number 9 in this case? The New Mexico retail bill comparison?
That
I
I
can-
am unsure of. I know that we requested that, I believe, through Discovery.
Ms. Hardy or SPS, whoever's available to answer that question, are those the same documents? Would the response to SPS staff 1-1 be the same as the
I
retail?
believe that's correct. I will confirm that, but that is my understanding that they are the same documents.
Okay. Mr. Bagacco, do you know, sir?
That is correct. It's my understanding that SPS volunteered to submit those discovery responses as an exhibit for this proceeding, and it is SPS exhibit number 9.
Perfect. Just want to confirm. And then Ms. Stover, if you can just confirm and at some point chime in, that'd be appreciated.
Sure.
With Ms. Ahola, page 9, you talk about construction timelines, and Mr. Bornhofen is not directly addressing them, but it sounds like the milestones, that there's no doubt that they're going to meet them, or I read in your testimony, you didn't seem to indicate any concern that these events would occur in the time predicted.
No, sir. The timeline they provided seemed pretty complete.
You have no reason to question that you didn't in the course of the proceedings?
No, sir.
At page 10, the first question that's asked there and then answered, I won't reread it all, but it's the text that you produced at lines 5 through 9. Could you describe how this was established? And for those, I suppose, who don't have the testimony right in front of them, effectively what's said there is the testimony of Mr. Elsey showed that it was the lowest cost resources. And I just was curious if staff, what was the basis for trusting that that was in fact the right, that was actually true? Or did you just credit Mr. Elsey's testimony?
I just went with the testimony that was accurate information that was given to us.
Did staff do any additional assessment of Mr. Elsey's like independent review of that, or was it just basically he said that this was the case and therefore we trust that that's in fact true?
Yes, sir. I just trusted that the information that he gave was true.
Okay, page 11. At lines 12 through 16 there. Do we have proof that these projects are the greatest benefit to ratepayers, or is your testimony there just that SPS is alleging that that's the case and therefore we're accepting that? Can you clarify?
Yes, again, it was trusted that the information that was given was true information, and that it was the greater benefit to the ratepayers.
Okay. At page 13, I just want to clarify the existing long-term purchase power agreement with Borger. That's the actual case number is 2770, and that 0 gets added because of our e-docket system's idiosyncrasies. which require you to enter 5 digits to find anything. But in fact, the case number is 2770. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Earlier today, I asked, did you hear the discussion with Ms. Trammell?
Yes, I did.
The off-system sharing, I know it's off the table at this point. Do you have anything further to say about, I asked Ms. Trammell, hey, what's the best articulation of why that should exist? And then Commissioner Ellison had some follow-up. Did that give you any insight that you wish to make any comments on? Do you have anything further to say about that? You might say no, it's fine if you don't.
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, that's all I have for you, Ms. Hohola.
Thank you.
And I don't see Commissioner Ellison. If he did have questions, I'm sure he'd return. There he goes. Mr. Ellison, Commissioner Ellison, go ahead.
Yeah, I am. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Ms. Hohola, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your work on this. I guess I just wanted to briefly follow up on the cost recovery for that's proposed for this Borger facility. So it's my understanding that the current contract has variable O&M being recovered through base rates. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, sir.
And the variable O&M, would that include the cost of fuel?
I know that's in here in my testimony. Let me find it. So your question is currently with the Borger, the current one in place, if that consists of fuel costs?
Yes, if fuel costs are also part of that variable O&M that's in the base rate. I guess it's not essential. I just if we think about, I guess, this new structure, the under the stipulation, the variable O&M would be recovered through the fuel and purchase power clause, correct?
Yes, sir.
And of course, fuel as well as part of that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And will that happen as of the next rate case? Is that what is
I believe so. I believe because it's currently in the rate case that is in place, that it won't take place, that change won't take place until the next one. Yes, sir.
okay? All right. And that's something you would support then, that the variable O&M ought to be recovered through the fuel and purchase power clause.
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Hohola, for your work on this. I think that's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Mr. Bagacco, any redirect, Ms. Hohola?
No redirect necessary for Ms. Hohola, thank you.
Ms. Hohola, appreciate your participation in today's proceeding. Thank you for appearing. You are excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I've confirmed that SPS Exhibit 9 is the same as the response to RFI 1-1.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The
R.
RFI, or I'm sorry, the discovery response 1-1, staff 1-1.
Yeah, so in other words, the staff had requested it, the bill comparison, and it was supplied to staff, and the company entitled that response to discovery staff 1-1, or I guess staff maybe started with the numbering, but that is in fact the same document that the company has now placed in the record as hearing record as exhibit SPS exhibit 9. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, good. All right, Mr. Begacco, what do we got next?
We have Orland Whitney, Mr. Hearing Examiner, and I believe he should be making his way into the Zoom waiting room.
And Mr. Whitney, you're muted. And when you unmute, I will have Ms. Gonzalez swear you in.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Whitney, it's still morning, so I'll say good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
All right. You recollect that you filed two things in this case consisting of some direct testimony and some testimony in support of the stipulation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I trust and hope you have what's been provisionally marked as staff exhibit number 2 in front of you. Is that correct?
I do.
And that's the prepared direct testimony you filed on April 1st, 2024, right?
I'm sorry, say the date one more time.
Excuse me, April 1st, 2024.
That's correct.
All right. Would you take a moment and just flip through that and make sure that it is a complete and accurate rendition of your testimony that was filed in the case on that date?
Sure. Yes, this appears to be complete and what I submitted.
Thank you. And it's also my understanding that you do not have any corrections to make to the testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And finally, Mr. Whitney, if you were asked the same questions today as we see posed there in that pre-filed testimony, would your answers be the same, or would you have cause to change them?
They would be the same.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move for the admission of Staff Exhibit 1 into the evidentiary record, please.
Staff Exhibit 1's admitted, consistent with the parties' agreement to admit the direct testimony.
I'm sorry, is it
Thank you.
staff 2? I'm sorry.
Staff Exhibit 2.
Staff Exhibit 2. I apologize. Thank you. Thank you. The direct Staff Exhibit 1 was Ms. Hohola's direct.
And then,
So,
Mr.
Ms.
Hearing Examiner, I'll move now to get Staff Exhibit number 3 admitted.
Go for it.
Mr. Whitney, do you have a copy of what's been provisionally marked as Staff Exhibit number 3 in front of you?
I do.
Same drill as last time. Would you please take a moment and flip through it and make sure it is a complete and accurate copy of your testimony in support of the stipulation that was filed on May 10?
Yes.
And it's also my understanding, Mr. Whitney, that you do not have any corrections to make to that pre-filed testimony. Can I rely on that impression?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And then finally, if you were asked the same questions today at this public hearing as we see posed there in that pre-filed testimony in support of the stipulation, would your answers to those questions be the same, or would they now have some reason to change at this public proceeding?
Yes, they would be the same.
Well, thank you very much for that, Mr. Whitney. And with that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move for the admission of staff exhibit number 3 into the evidentiary record, please.
Staff Exhibit 3 is admitted.
Thank you very much. And I would tender Mr. Whitney for any questions from you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, or Commissioner Ellison.
Commissioner Ellison, go ahead, sir.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Whitney.
Good morning.
Let's see, just a few questions. Were you able to review any of the bid information or the model output that recommended the portfolio of generation that the company is requesting here?
I saw the L&R tables, and I think that was a portion of that. But model outputs, I was not provided, so I'd like to just state that.
Okay, so you didn't have the Excel spreadsheet that Mr. Elsey spoke about earlier that was provided in Discovery, I understand.
I did have access to that, yes.
Oh, you did have access to that. Okay. And is the stipulation, in your view, a significant improvement over what was originally filed in this case? Or would you say it's fairly incremental in terms of an improvement?
Yeah, I'll just need a second to think about those questions, but
yeah, I guess another way of phrasing it would be what, when staff was considering joining the stipulation, did in your view, did the stipulation offer some advantages that the just having a hearing on the application itself did not?
not that I'm aware of, but I am not an attorney, so
Okay.
I'll say that no.
Okay, that's fine. Great, but in your view, these two resources are helpful and seem to be part of a low cost portfolio. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I think that sums it up nicely.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Whitney. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Mr. Whitney, was there any reticence on the part of staff that the Borger facility, as a gas facility?
I'm sorry, reticence.
Was there any apprehension around that proposition? I mean, here we are in a world in which we're moving towards, emissions reductions as much as we can, and I mean, I understand there was an actual justification, but what was staff's reaction? How did you guys ultimately settle that that was not a problem?
So typically we have reservations about any fuel, traditional fuel sources coming online. In this case, I believe it's prudent because of the existing guaranteed heat rate provided to the facility nearby, and being that it's an existing LTPPA, that made sense to me to both save ratepayers money and to renewable energy intermittent. And so for that reason, we need to support base load. And in my mind, the Borger facility does that.
Did you also participate in the 252 proceeding that's attached to this? Not directly, but this is a sort of a associated proceeding, I think is a fair term.
I did.
And am I right to think? I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm asking as a legitimate question. Is the commission's determination here largely contingent upon what's decided there? Is that a true statement?
Would you restate that for me one more time?
Well, if the commission goes ahead and approves the resources in the 252 case, I'm just my read of the testimony was, well, that kind of sets the course for what we should be doing here, and I'm trying to ask if that assessment is accurate.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, so to the extent to which the commission makes a decision in the 252 case, it does need to understand that whatever is decided there has significant consequence for this particular proceeding. Is that accurate?
Yes.
When Mr. LC was talking about the varying encompassing models COMPASS models that were run to do an evaluation of these resources, that was conducted in this case. That's correct.
I believe so. Yes.
But you didn't have an opportunity to test or anyway see that modeling itself. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct.
I guess then the question that I wondered, and this is really a macro question, is that how did staff reach the conclusion that the pricing in this case for these resources was in the public interest?
We relied on testimony in this case, but I would defer to our economics team. I don't believe, well, I'll stop there.
One of the things the companies said is there are these resources are needed, the PPAs, for reliability purposes. Were there any specific reliability metrics that you're aware of that the commission should be specifically attuned to?
Well, there are reliability metrics in any electrically interconnected generating facility. These are typically referred to as SAIDI, KD and KFI, if you're familiar with those terms. But as far as being tied to reliability metrics, those are outputs from performance that I don't believe were provided.
So when I just am curious for like at page 3 of your testimony, it says, you're addressing what is the necessity, and then the heading 1 is the bullet and bolded, capacity and reliability, and it says the dispatchable LTTPAs. I won't read all that, but then they say this addition is critical for ensuring reliability and adequacy of the system. And I'm just wondering, like, how do we know that?
Okay, so what I'm getting at there is an LTPPA is I won't get into the economics of why an LTPPA may make more sense than a self-build, but as far as a necessity for these facilities, especially the Borger facility, that is, it has a different production profile that meets base load requirements, which typically are associated with critical infrastructure. And for that reason, that's why I made that statement in my testimony.
At page 4, your testimony says at the bottom there, lines 20 through 22, with regard to the BORGER LTPPA, Borger long-term purchase power agreement, that it utilizes existing interconnection rights, and allows SPS to avoid costly transmission upgrades. Is there any sense as to what the cost of those would be in any way that we could quantify?
Well, I often say substations are like snowflakes. They're no two are alike. So going to as far as cost, that really is all over the map. So I couldn't make comment on what those avoided costs may be.
Okay, and then page 9 at lines 14 through 15, was there any discrepancy found between, well, this is the question that you're responding to. Was there any discrepancy found between earlier SPS testimonies and this SPS testimony? And then you indicate there at 14 to 15, it is my belief SPS should indicate which is correct. This is resolved, correct?
That has been resolved.
And just for the record, remind me what the resolution was.
They are both 15-year duration. So that's their life cycle. So I would correct. I will go back and say that we should have. I should have made the statement that should be corrected initially.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Whitney. Those are all the questions I had for you. And Commissioner Ellison has departed. I don't believe he'll have any follow-up. Mr. Bagacco, any redirect of any kind?
Just a little bit, if you please. Mr. Whitney, do you recollect the question that you were asked about having some reticence regarding the stipulation?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that ultimately, though, you found value in entering into the stipulation? Is that correct?
Yes.
And the stipulation did contain terms that were already sort of encapsulated in staff's direct testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But there was something that was added in there that staff found worthwhile and in the public interest. Is that true?
Can you be specific on?
Yes, I can. Specifically, the alteration to SPS's initial request regarding the variable O&M costs. Do you recollect that?
Yes.
And do you recollect that ultimately in the stipulation, it was agreed that SPS should be authorized to recover the variable O&M costs under the BORGER LTPPA through the FPPCAC? Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's to begin when SPS's new base rates take effect following SPS's next base rate case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you found that alteration to SPS's initial request as articulated in its application to be desirable and acceptable, such that you entered into the stipulation, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you very much for that clarification, Mr. Whitney. Mr. Hearing Examiner, that's all I have on redirect, and I would pass the witness back to you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Whitney, for joining us today. Nothing further from bench, and it's Commissioner Ellison's had to attend another meeting. So thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Okay. That is the conclusion of the evidentiary portion of this proceeding. Ms. Stover or Ms. Hardy, you all have had the opportunity to present whatever you wish for purposes of the stipulation, the applicant.
Yes, Mr. Examiner.
Great. There are no other witnesses from no other parties. Take that as a no. I do want to go back. What I have now, and I'm sorry to have to beat this to death, but it's the confidential hearing exhibits. So I received an email from Cindy Baiza, SPS Exhibit 6A and SPS Exhibit 7A. And 6A is a 1 of 17 page long document, bunch of calculations, revenue requirement, Wildcat PPA, and 7A is the power purchase agreement between SPS and the Borger Energy Associates. So I guess, yeah, I'll just have to piece together, but eventually, Ms. Stover, you guys will supply a confidential hearing exhibits list. So just, could you do that for me, please?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, are you saying a description of what is included in each of the confidential exhibits? Yes.
And ideally, what it would say something is like, because we don't want to talk about the content of it. We just need to know we have all the pages, we know what it is, and if this is the full, just so I'm sure that Miss Gonzalez has everything and the commission has everything that's confidential in nature.
Yes.
That's all I want to make sure.
Absolutely. We will
And Mr. Yeah, that's fine.
send
Thank
another
you.
description. Yes.
Yeah, and I just, again, what would be most useful would be just a confidential hearing exhibit list, just so we have that and it just confirms what it is that's included in all the confidential exhibits, not in content, but just as a general description. So we
yes
cross all our D's and cross all the whatever. Mr. McMillan, if you could do the same, and you may have already, I don't recall if we discussed that, but you were going to do this, that would be helpful to me.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you may have already done that. I just haven't. I did receive the thing from Ms. Kelly.
I believe our exhibit list already provides a generalized description.
Yes, it does. And thank you. And I was trying to remember if that was the case. So I see that there, and that's adequate. Thank you. All right. Sorry about that process being challenging. So the transcript for this proceeding for 3 business days, that puts us at the 29th of May. Does the applicant have a prerogative, or the parties generally, with briefing, or what's the story there?
Mr. Examiner?
Yes.
I don't know that we need briefing unless there are questions you'd like us to address, but we would be happy to submit a proposed certification of stipulation if you would like.
No, I prefer to do that on my own just to make sure I fully understand the case. And I understand that the company is eager to have this before the commission for a vote. Is that correct, Ms. Hardy?
That's correct.
All right. Well, yeah, no, I kind of agree. If you don't want to submit briefs, I mean, I understand the evidence and I understand the request, so that's fine. We would just leave it as the recommended decision, or the proposed certification of stipulation will be generated as swiftly as possible. And I'm just thinking right now whether there's anything I need to get from you all to do that. And I off the top of my head, I can't come up with anything. But I understand your willingness to provide the proposed certification, that if there are any questions, Ms. Hardy, you're happy to supply guidance to the extent to which the commission wants that for purposes of crafting certification of stipulation recommended, and then the final order. Am I understanding correctly?
I think that's correct. I don't believe we need briefs.
Right, but if we come up with any questions, we can ask them, and you all will give us some guidance.
Sure, of course, yes.
Hearing examiner, do you think you could different parties may want to write briefs. It could be discretionary and up to that party or the parties whether they submit briefs.
Sure. I mean, I realize, Miss Lynch, you've not supplied evidence, but yeah, you haven't joined the stipulation or either opposing it. I mean, if CCA's prerogative is you may file a brief, I think we can set a timeline for that to occur. Is that reasonable?
Yes, and I think we'd appreciate that.
Okay, Miss Hardy, is there any issue with that?
No, as long as all parties would have the opportunity to submit a brief and respond, but I'm not sure what Ms. Lynch would be briefing. CCA hasn't submitted any evidence.
Correct, but all the parties have submitted, and there was a hearing on this matter with very specific questions asked by commissioners and the hearing examiner, and so those would be included in the brief.
All right, well, okay, so let's do this then. Miss Lynch, I mean, the full 20 days probably is not, that's probably not necessary, right?
Correct, you could truncate it if needed.
Would 10 days be acceptable?
Yes.
And then, we can, I understand what needs to be done here, as obviously does Commissioner Ellison and the other commissioners, so we can move forward while that process is going on. So that's not going to inhibit my work process in any way. And I can just, why don't we say, so 6/18 plus 10 days, that's just, sorry, no, the 29th plus 10, because the transcript will be concluded, plus 3 business days from today is May 29th. May 29th plus 10 days is what?
That would be, I believe, Saturday, June 8th. So we could have briefs filed by June 7th with a week to respond, or
Let me just do it myself. Let me confirm. Yeah, I've got Saturday, June 8th, correct. What were you suggesting, Ms. Hardy? Friday, June 7th?
yes, we had any initial briefs by June 7th, and then at least a week to respond would probably be sufficient.
Ms. Lynch, is that acceptable to you?
You're on mute.
Yes, that's acceptable. I understand the company wants a quick decision.
And then a response, if any. What was the deadline you talked about, Ms. Hardy?
June 14th.
A week, okay. Anything other than that subject?
Not from SPS, Mr. Examiner.
Okay. Believe that's everything. Our evidentiary record's closed. I do, the only question I have is if there's any outstanding confidential documents that we didn't admit that we would need to. I think I was reluctant to admit any of them simply because I wasn't sure what they were, to the extent to which SPS goes ahead and identifies exactly what all those documents comprise. I presume the parties present today will have no objection to the commission admitting as confidential exhibits everything once it's all clarified what it is. And if anyone has any objection, you can say so now. And I don't think there will be. Good. So I will figure that out as I can and transmit everything to our court reporter, which who then has to transmit them back to the commission, which just makes no sense, but whatever. So we'll figure that out on our end. Anything further from any parties? All right, well, that would be the close of the record. We can go off the record. Ms. Gonzalez. Ms. Gonzalez, any questions for the parties or anything?
No, I have questions about submitting confidential documents,
Yeah,
but.
I figured as much. But you and I can talk about that afterwards. It's fine. And
Exactly.
work with Ms. Kippenbrock, get that achieved.
Okay,
And we will figure out a better process. Because it just comes down to that we've always supplied confidential exhibits in paper form. And that's just, we can't be doing that anymore. So whatever, we'll develop a better process moving forward. Okay, thank you everybody for attending today.
all right.
Have a very good weekend.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.